Okay. Oh, you don't hear? Oh. Well, I did pause it during that. Here, let me start it over. Do you hear it now? No. Well, dang. I was hoping that's how it would work. Okay, well, boo. That's so weird, because before it's always played it through here. Well, we'll have to figure that out another time. I don't want to be messing with that while I'm on here. Oh well, yep, exactly. Oh well. All right, but thank you guys for hanging out with me, joining me today. Today we're going to be adding 2 death knots to this embroidery journal, and then I'm going to add a little charcoal brush. Um, these are my favorites, so I'm going to try and represent. As you can see, it's quite small. Even this one is still very used. So I'm going to use this orange. I don't have a burnt orange color, so this is kind of the closest I have. And then just the same gray that we've been using throughout this before. We'll be using that. Death knots are always with this 321. So let's get started with that. And then once I finish the embroidery journal, I'll talk about everything we're going to be using for the uh, for charcoal. Sorry. All right. So let me go ahead and draw on here. Let's see. I have to remember to be a bit more forward here. There we go. So I was thinking, yeah, put in the 2 little death knots right here, right there, and right there. And then I was going to have like the pencil kind of come across here, like that. This little tip. And then I was going to draw like, or have some like charcoal like that. Something like that. So we will go ahead and start with our death knots, as we always do. I hope everyone's having a good Sunday. It's actually the cold weather finally lifted, but I am still freezing. I get cold even in the summer. It's so bad. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 pieces of thread, as we do. Oop, oop. Knot it 2 to 3 times. And of course, that is dependent on your material that you are embroidering. And with the cotton, we really can get away with 2 knots. Oh, I need to pull up a reference photo for the Witcher medallion. All right, so doing the same thing that we've been doing before, you just come up through the back of your piece and you hold their string tight and wrap it around your needle 2 to 3 times. We've been doing 3. Just going to keep it consistent. Keeping it tight, you're going back down into the hole you just came up into, pulling it tight, holding it taut as you push your needle back down, and then pulling it all the way through. Oh, trying not to get caught on anything. Okay, there we go. Just like that. And then to secure it, you just come up underneath it again. Not in the same hole, just kind of close underneath it. And then go back down into the center. It's going to be tight. Going to push it down. There we go. There's our first death knot. All right, now coming back up. All right, we're going to pull it, hold tight, wrap around 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Going back down. There we go. And just pulling it through. There you go. Just like that. Now you don't have to secure it, but when you don't, you can see how these are kind of flaring out a bit. They'll stay on the piece. They just don't hold that tight circle knot as well, or at least I feel they don't. And then right back down in the center. And I just flip it over, push it up against the desk. And I know that you can have like embroidery or thimbles and that kind of thing. But that's it. That's all we need for today. We only died twice for once. Seemed like for a while there we had 5 or 6 every time. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, lost my eye. That should be okay. Oh no, we're gonna need it one more time. Rethread. And I'm just going to be doing a quick little pencil, and then we'll move on to charcoal. Really fast embroidery today, especially since we only did 2 death knots. Very fast. Look at this mess back here. Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy. But the front looks okay. All right. So I'm just going to do a solid line straight down to represent, like again, representing our charcoal pencil with 948. Don't need a lot at all. Very small embroidery pieces. But again, taking 2, this is a 6. All of this thread is 6. 6 thread. I'm just going to take 2, pull it out, let it unravel. I always find this rather satisfying. And then we're going to knot it twice, 2 to 3 times. We can just like we've been doing for all of them. All right. wonder. I was just playing around with my volume here. Here, let me try this. Default. Just trying to play around with some sound here. But doesn't seem like my desktop audio is going to be wanting. Well, boo. Just wanted to try and figure out if I could play some soundtracks in the back, but all right. So I'm just going to be creating, I'll probably do it in a few sections to make it a bit more secure, but I'm just going in a straight line. So starting at the top here. Stream track. I don't know what that is. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Just trying to figure everything out. All right. Playback. What's a playback device? I have media file, auto. I know it happened accidentally. That's why I'm surprised it didn't work this time because I was I was lurking on a few other streamers channels and it automatically started playing one of them. So I was talking as someone else's stream was talking and didn't even realize that it was capturing on the actual stream. So oops, oh, I just got myself. Um, so thought that was funny. So just going to make straight line here. And I'm actually going to be doing something a little different. I'm going to come up in between halfway. Oh, and I just pulled myself out of my eye. My goodness. Maybe it needs to be in the first window. Because I have like the Twitch desktop manager and all that open as well. And so YouTube is on the second window, or the third window actually. And to make it more look like a straight line, I'm going to be weaving underneath here and pull through. And normally you would just keep weaving all the way through, but since we only have the 3, I'm just going to go right down into, on this side of my thread, right into the middle, go down, and it kind of just keeps it so it hides those the separate um, back stitches. Sorry. So there you go. Now it looks more like a uniform, just a line. All right, we're going to knot off. Just like that. Very little string. All right, and now last part will just be this little charcoal. And this is 844. And once again, create a knot in the back. Oh, I need to bring up a reference photo. Figure out where my looking for a reference photo. Okay. Oh my gosh. Come on, hands. All right. So now let's try. All right. Now I'm just going to do a little tip of charcoal color right at the bottom of this this orange. And I'm actually going to do 2, so I'll have it kind of like at a point. So coming back up and then going right back down into that same hole. Just like that. And then I'm just going to do a single line just to represent the drawing. Do that. And oops, gosh, I keep doing that. And I'll do the same thing I did actually with this orange. just to make it look like it's one flowing line. All right. Just like that. Now come up halfway through. Halfway up. Actually, let's go on the other side. And I'm just going to come up. You just come up through every single time the same way. So just staying on top of the piece and going underneath the back stitch that you created. Just always going the same direction. Just like that. And then going back down. Oh, halfway down, just like that. It looks like a little charcoal pencil. All right, that's it. And we're going to tie off. There we go. That's it. There we go. Focus. There's our little pencil for today. And our two little death knots. All right. So now let's go ahead and do some charcoal. So give me a second to clean all this up. And I'll get this guy out here. Make a mess. All right, so 1 second. Turn that there. All right. So, here, we have a few different pieces. For the main charcoal, I use a few different types of charcoal. For our main purposes, I'll be using this guy. This one's obviously my favorite. Hey, Cage, welcome in. I just finished the embroidery and we're just about to start charcoal. I'm about to go through all the materials. I hope you're doing well. So this is I love extra soft charcoal. It just lends a lot more freedom, a lot more forgiveness. So there's this one. This one's a harder one. It's just my BH. It still blends quite a bit, but not as forgiving, not as fluid, I guess. And then here is, I'm glad you've been getting, oh yeah, last time you said it was over a week. I'm glad you're finally getting over it. Jeez, my goodness. That's too long to be sick. On top of those, I'll also be working with a few of these to get my straight lines. and to create my highlights. So these will be my dark light, my dark shadows. These are going to be my low lights. Anything that creates that needs to be more forward, we'll be doing that. So same thing. They're just compressed charcoal. Just one's white, one's black. And they come in different colors. I know that they have some browns as well. I did a whole piece in I think it was college. That was all charcoals. It was really pretty. I also use leather. So this is the brand of leather. You can do it wet or dry. I'm going to use it dry just to create a buffered look versus a wet look. Plus, um, this paper doesn't take water really at all. I don't want to ruin it. So that's this. And as you can tell, I've already used it quite a bit, which is nice. These areas, when I want to keep the area dark but make a buffered, softer look, just keep it dark, use this. But if I want to remove any charcoal, use a clean spot. Obviously, I don't have that many, but even just a slightly cleaner area will do better than this. So we have that. This is another blending tool. It's just compressed paper. And what you do is you rub the tip to blend in your charcoal. I also will be using my hands a lot. By the time this is all over, my hands will be black. I love it. It's great. But how you clean these is you take this little piece of paper. It's like sandpaper. And you can see I've already done it a little bit here. This one has been cleaned up. So we'll do this side. You just go at an angle and rub it like that, rotating as you're rubbing, and it's will clean off that tip for you. Just gonna keep all of my dirt, or all of my stuff over here. But doing well, Cage. I'm glad you're feeling a bit better. A little slow, but I'm glad that the weather finally. Oh, thank you, Cage. I do need that.
Drink cactus juice. It'll quench ya. Nothing's quenchier.
It's the quenchiest. And then for erasing, we just have a hand cam. Hand cam. Hey Spartan, how are you doing? Hope I am having a good weekend. Yeah, it was a bit too cold, just stayed inside. So this is a knead eraser. Pretty much you just go ahead and compress it a bit, make a point or whatever you need the shape to be, erase it like you normally would, and as it gets black, to get rid of that black, you just break it apart as I've been doing, and it like eats away your charcoal or your pencil, whatever you're using it for. So works very well to get so I can make it at a fine point and be able to get in a really close, tight area. So work this weekend. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope it at least was a not stressful work weekend. But, oh, and then I just have a pencil sharpener. All right. So I already have sketched out what we're going to be doing. Let's see. I got to figure out how this is going to look. Oh, yes, we're doing a charcoal Witcher medallion sketch. So I guess I can do a quick little run through of all my art if you guys are interested. This was just a test to see what. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Everyone has different talents. That's the nice thing about creating. I know people that create amazing things that can't draw either. I'm just trying to find a reference photo. I wanted to create some like really nice low lights and highlights. Hmm. I thought I had a picture saved and I don't. What are the shenanigans? Oh, thank you. This was just a quick little practice. I wanted to see. This is a new, well, actually, it's a very old book that I just didn't really do a lot in, and I wanted to see what pencils would work best with the paper. Oh, is that it? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. I'm just gonna have to wing it. So I was just doing, I guess here I can actually face it to you guys the proper way. I'm not gonna be able to draw this way because of the way, like I would have to literally draw upside down. I don't think I could do that. But little skull action. I do love doing skulls. So this is pretty much all done with this one. These two are definitely my favorite. It creates a nice blending. So, and just some dinosaur skulls. I think they were all flyers. Some more skulls. Oh, I was trying to play with the, oh, that's kind of a Witcher medallion. I guess I already did a little guy. Oh, I was doing little cartoons too. These are from a while ago. I don't really even know where my brain was at with some of these. A little alpaca. Get some kitties. Another skull. Another bone. Oh, thank you. I enjoy sketching. Has no rhyme or reason. I just look and say, oh, that looks cool. I want to draw something like that. There's a puppy. A cute little lab. Yes, you can take it. Sir Star needs a charger. I stole his charger. Oh, more puppies. Little cute puppies. There. Pinky and the Brain. I guess. Are they all gonna be? Oh, I guess they're now. Oh, thank you. Aren't you so cute? I loved Pinky and the Brain as a kid. And the Iron Giant. Gotta love that Iron Giant. The same thing we did every day. A little Groot plant. I saw this guy on my Pinterest page and I was like, I have to draw that. That is so cute. Yeah, well, I'm going through here. And then some hand sketches. I enjoy hands and feet, as you'll see. I was just practicing body parts because body parts they're troublesome. They're difficult, I would say. You like hands too? Ayo! Hands are very useful for multiple things. Hmm. I cannot find my original image I was going to sketch. There. Feet, nah. I mean, I understand. Uh, I just enjoy. I'm sorry, warning, there's a foot. I just enjoy drawing different body parts. I don't think anything in here is PG or 18 and old, even though this is an 18 and older stream. Just because I may talk about things without thinking about it. But a little dinosaur. So my mom and her fiance, uh, they have like the blow up T-Rexes and stuff. Can you draw me like one of your French girls? Sure. Heck yeah. That was in charcoal. Exactly. Yes. So same thing as Jack. Her hands, they were just beautiful hands. But she wanted a dinosaur, and then I was like, oh, they also love unicorns, so I share your door. Hmm. Little jackalope, jack jackalope, right? Is that what they're called? Yeah, jackalope. Yeah. And then a unicorn on a unicycle. This was I ended up digitally drawing this, um, but it was a fun little practice sketch to get an idea of what he wanted. So it was a request for a unicorn on a unicycle pooping out jelly beans, and that's what he got. He had a taxidermy jackalope in his business. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I've seen them in antique stores, like the mounted ones of just the heads. I've never seen a full-bodied one. That would be so cool. And then you got the little evil pixies from Harry Potter. And what's this? Oh, a Kelpie. I was just playing around. Just drawing. You gotta do a little whale. I do love the ocean. Harry Potter, exactly. Octopus. Hmm. Well, I guess this will have to be my reference drawing. All right. Jellyfish. You can see some of my sketch lines through there. Little platypus. I should have put a little hat on him. Um, just like what's his I never watched it, but I do know of Harry and the Platypus. I think that's who it is. So just a few more little sketches. Perry, thank you, not Harry. Perry. So just doing a few little animals. I wanted to try drawing them in like little hats and little bow ties and stuff. Little tie. Look at him looking so dashing. Looking so dapper. And then I gave up on that and said, let's just try drawing animals. Little bugs and stuff. More animals. Can you tell I like animals? I like drawing animals. Corgi butt. Yeah, there's a little corgi butt. Oh, don't be jealous. We all have talent in our own ways. That's why I think we can all inspire each other. Charcoal bunnies. I'm not a fan of this one. This bunny looks like very weird. I don't know what I was thinking with this guy. But this one's cute. I like the chickens. The chickens were cute. And we got a cool little owl. I went a little off. And Jack Skellington. We're back here. I think this is it. I think we're at the end. Oh, and Peanuts. How can you not love Snoopy? But today, guys, after going through all that, we're doing Witcher Medallion. So it's very hard to see because it is still just a pencil drawing. Hang on. Let's move that, move that. Okay, let's see if I can scoot this. And we're going to scoot that. All right, so this will be awkward because I'm going to be drawing to the side, but I think I can do this. I think I believe in myself. We can do this. Charlie Brizzle. Charlie Brizzle my nizzles. All right, so first things first. I need to get this and this out of here. That can go right there. That can go right there. Snoop Dogg carry on an umbrella. Oh, for drizzle. I love that. All right. And I should probably use a clean one. Actually, if I do this way, it should be clean on this side. So, with charcoal, you want to work in a certain like away from you. Like, so if you're left-handed, you'd be working on this side and going this way, right-handed this way, from the left to the right. Um, just, and of course you'll want like something to put your hand on and that kind of thing, but just to create less smears as you're going on, because it can get messy. It gets very, very messy. King of awkward. I love it. More awkward the better. You make me feel better because I am also awkward. All right. I'm going to move that over. Okay, we are good. So, I'm going to first start with my hard pencil. It will create less blending action, but I'll be able to create a nice solid line. Uh, and then I will move on to these two. Now you don't have to do multiple, like I actually probably won't even work with this one because I'm going to try to do these guys instead. This guy is what I use to create as dark of a line as possible. But we're actually going to be trying these guys, something new. I have worked with those in the past, just not on this paper, so it should be interesting to see how this paper affects it. This paper has some weird ridging going on, so you can actually really see it on this one, where when I was trying to blend everything, it creates like a ridge pattern. You can see it in the paper. The paper has a texture to it, which is nice if you're wanting that look for your charcoal piece. So, um, let's go ahead and these were going to be easy. I'm just going to be going in contemplating just doing these. Yeah, let's just try these first. Open. Should have opened them earlier. All right. So just need a little piece of it. So you can see my hands are already fun and full of charcoal. So just to create this, I'm going to be trying to create that straight line. So these are the symbols, and we're just going to start there. Oof, I'm nervous, because once you lay down charcoal, oh, I don't have a flat edge. Oh no. Yeah, these guys aren't flat. Usually they're flat. That is okay. We'll work with what we got. All right. So I'm just going in and creating a line around the outside as a layer, or as a border, I should say. On inside and outside, and then just slightly adding. Oof. Yeah, I should have done this with the pencil. That is okay. Just like that. Slightly add, and there we go. So we're gonna put that down, and I'm just gonna take this guy, our blender, and just color it in a little. Just color it in. And you don't have to do this. It's just this whatever look you're looking for. I want kind of a solid shape. I want it to be pretty uniform throughout. So I just am trying to create and blend it together so it creates uniform color throughout the. Just like that. There we go. There's one. And I could do, so on one that's a bit darker, this is my clean, so you can see that that tip right there is darker from where I just colored in. It takes quite a bit of the charcoal off. So if I just go in with a cleaner area and I just pull away ever so slightly, it would create a shadow effect. Let's try that. Oh, it's not really catching on camera. And I got to keep using a new area. It keeps pulling more off, and if I kept going, it would get very dark eventually. Oh, like that. It got pretty dark right there. Oh, about like that. that is dirty. I'm gonna have to clean that up again. It's like that. So it kind of just creates a shadow. And then I will go back and darken that a bit. So it just creates, yeah, a bit of a shadow. So we'll go back with this guy. It's hard. And just follow that line again, just to create more of a border. And then no blending at all. We're gonna try and keep it pretty sharp. Just like that. Boom. All right, there's one. Now we'll do the next. So outline. Outline. Do a light. So barely really touching it. It's just letting the charcoal kind of do its own thing. Just filling it in. Just like that. Now taking this guy, blending. All right. And then we'll be taking the other side that's a bit cleaner and just carefully pulling away just a little bit. And again, not like pushing down, you're just kind of dragging it across. There we go. Same with this side. I do love charcoal. It's one of my favorite mediums to work in. It's messy and very forgiving, I feel, for the most part. I mean, can't really erase what we've done, but if I mess up somewhere, you kind of can just blend it in, maybe erase it a little bit, and then you're all good. All right, now we're going to take this guy and do just an outline, just to create that edge, create that darker border. And push it down pretty hard. I do want a very dark border here. There we go. All right. And again. right. It's kind of weird drawing from this angle. But these, I guess, don't really matter. Has anyone here worked with charcoal before? I know it's not super popular of a medium, but it is a lot of fun. You can do all kinds of, I mean, there aren't as many colors as like with pastels and stuff, but it's still like you can even do wet medium with it. So right now we're just going to be working completely with dry. I'm not going to be getting anything wet, but you can do that. I have this wonderful charcoal pencil. It's just sketch and wet, and you sketch whatever you want, and then you wet it, and it creates kind of like a charcoal watercolor. It's kind of like if you put them together. It's really cool. All right, now we're just going to be pulling like we did before, just to create that slight shadow all the way around. Whoop. So you got a little dark there. That's okay. Oh, I'm going to have to clean this guy up. He's already pretty dark. Be a lot more action going on once we get to the medallion. Here we go. So I am going to just erase a little bit. Got a little dark right there. There we go. All right, next one. So actually, before I move forward, I am going to clean this off. All right, there we go. And actually going to need to put this somewhere. Here we go. Oh, I got another napkin. I just moved it and it disappeared into like, I'm going to be breathing that in. Great, great. Awesome. All right. So next, last two. Same thing. Outline. There we go. Outline. fill it in just by dragging the charcoal across. You're not pushing down like you were with the outline. Just filling it in. Fill in. Now blend. Oh, look, I got marked already. Where'd that come from? You never know. Charcoal get you. I would get charcoal on my face and I wouldn't even know, like, when did I touch my face? Be like football practice. So there's part of it blended. You can see the difference. It creates pretty much creates a solid black. Makes it a bit more uniform throughout the entire shape. There we go. I do blow off after I do blending because there is a bit of extra charcoal, I guess, just there. So, and then you're going to take your clean side and just pull like we have been. If I can just do that. I kind of cleaned it off unevenly, so it's kind of creating harsher lines than I would like, but that's okay. And just dragging. Oh, that's very dark right there. Just like that. All right, and then switch into our 557. Doing an outline. Pressing pretty hard. Want that border. Don't want it to lose its shape. There you go. Just like that. All right, last one. And the biggest one. And then off to the medallion. All right, I'm just trying to find a decent point here. Okay. Outline. Oh, didn't stay inside the lines there. Whoops. Whoop. Sorry, my computer just yelled at me. I apparently get startled easily. There we go. And just filling it in. This guy. All right. Now we're just blending. All right. Yeah, I kind of messed up there, but that is okay. I accept my mistake. All right. There it's all blended. And once again, last time, taking this and just pulling out ever, ever so slightly. Let's go in. Oh, thank you, Spartan. You're right, I do need water.
Drink cactus juice. It'll quench you. Nothing's quenchier. It's the
The
quenchiest.
quenchiest.
Oh.
All right. Almost done with these signs. Oh, and it's already getting pretty dirty. Charcoal is very good job at getting everywhere. Oh, that was a little dark. Just going to slightly remove some of that charcoal. There we go. All right. And lastly, like we've been doing, just doing an outline. Just like that. All right, signs are done. Boom. Okay, so this medallion is going to be a whole nother beast. Here, hang on, let me look at my reference picture. We are going to be starting, I'm actually even going to put it diagonal so I actually do it the right way. So I'm going to be starting in this top ear and working my way down. Just the best way I can for me. So I think I'll mostly be working with this guy, and then on occasion in certain areas, add this guy in, and then finishing up with the little charcoal that we have here. Blending along the way in certain locations with both of these. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So first, we'll just do a full outline. Hang on, I'm gonna zoom in here. Okay, where are these highlights? All right, this ear goes down here and also pulls right here. Same with right here. So these areas I will definitely be going over, just reinforcing. Darker areas. There's a lot of dark in certain areas of here. All right. So I'm just going to be taking this pencil, just slightly going over and coloring all this in. We'll be making it darker in time. Same with this. Just going to do a light shading here. Just like that. All right. Come back in and do the same thing here. I'm just doing, these are my lighter areas. I don't want a lot of charcoal going on in them. Same here. I want them to be dark, but not that dark. All right. Now, coming back with our blender. To wipe off a bit of that. Oh yeah, that one is just black. All right, that should be fine. And I'm just gonna go in little circles to create just a blend in this ear tip. Just to keep, I'm not going direct on, I'm not going close to my border. I want to keep a little bit of an edge. So just little circles. All along the inside of this ear. It's okay if you do touch, that's what the eraser's for. Just don't want to get too crazy because it is hard to get completely erase the dark. Another way I love doing charcoal is called erase highlight, and that is where you just create an entire, like you just cover an entire piece of paper with charcoal, and then you're just drawing with your erasers. So you're pulling out all the highlights rather than placing your dark down and avoiding where you want your light areas to be. You're doing the complete opposite. You're actually drawing the light areas. Um, just a fun, different way to do charcoal. I believe it's called erase highlight. There. And before we move on, I am going to just go around the edge with a pretty sharp, very, very thin erase, or, and just go around the edge just to make sure that I have a little bit of light coming in on the edge there. Got a little close to this inner line here. And on the outside here, just always be careful you're not putting your hand right onto your piece. Oh, I've done that so many times. All right, just like that. Oh, and now we're going back in with our blender to continue down into the lower part of the ear. And I'm first going to be focusing on the part directly below this ear top part because that is the darker. I want this to be quite a bit darker. You see, as I blend it, it's creating a dark shadow underneath. And I want to keep it pretty dark. And then that is going to actually continue on to here. So I just drag that down. Just like that. Now the center, these two parts are going to be done the same way you did this. So just slightly little circles. Trying to keep yourself away from both edges as they will pull in a lot of black. There we go. And same here. Little circles. Right. got a little close there, so like I did with the other one, going to do some erasing. But you can already kind of see the ear forming, or the ear is formed. There we go. And before we move any further down, I'm going to, actually, I do love this one, but I am going to focus on just using these two. So I'm going to take this little guy, little charcoal bit, and just go into this dark area. Just a little bit. I do want it a little bit darker. So not pushing down or anything, I'm just letting the charcoal do its thing. Just as if we were filling in with these. Just like that. And then going back with our dark blender, dark side of the blender, and just doing little circles, nothing, just like we're doing the other areas, but just trying to keep it in this one confined area, just to give it a little bit more depth. Oh, I don't know if the camera's picking up how much darker that is, but it's quite a bit darker. All right, and then lastly, going back over, and I want this line right here to be solid rather than just more of a shadow. So I am just going to do that. Just like that. All right, there's our ear. Or one of the, yeah, that's one of the ears. All right, so I'm going to be pulling this down. I'll finish here, and then I'm going to go and do both of these areas. Like we said, just moving our way down across the piece versus working at it all at once. All right, so does this go all the way? Yes. Okay, so this goes all the way over here, like that, and then down like that. This goes down. It's always nice to have a reference picture. And then this guy goes up. And then I'm just going to shade this in like we did the rest of this. Bring that, connect it. There we go. Then I'm going to do this quick outline here. And there. And we're going to bring this guy And this goes all the way over here. This whole area is filled in pretty dark, and then we have a nice white highlight. Um, all these white areas, I guess I should say, we don't really need to be too worried on erasing because I am going to try this white highlights, this guy, just to see. I've only worked on it on another piece before, and it worked out pretty well, but every paper is kind of different. I mean, for the most part, it does the same thing, but I definitely feel like how things blend together can be done differently, or paper affects differently. All right, so just slightly shading this in. And then this one is going to be done the same way these guys were done. So just even lighter, you're just kind of giving it a taste of color, not barely touching it. I'm just kind of dragging, not even, just barely touching the paper. There we go. And same with these. These are barely going to be touched. And actually, before we move on, I should get that white out and do it before I move on, because it'll be harder once it's all done trying to work on the piece. All right. So we're going to work on this one first. Use our lighter side versus the darker side. Now it doesn't look on camera, they both look very dark. But little circles. And just blending that little bits of charcoal. Staying away from the edges as much as possible. You don't want to pick up any extra dark, but also do want to keep a white outer edge. Right there. Same thing right here. This one's quite small. It's okay. It's going to be even harder once we get to the teeth. And, oh, this actually does go all the way here because this is a shadow, not necessarily a separate piece. So we are bringing that one all the way over like that. And now switch to the darker side, and we're going to blend in all this dark. Just little circles. And since this is such a smaller piece, probably won't even be using the leather, as this blender is doing quite well. pretty much does the same thing. It just takes up a bit more. I'm trying to create more contrast in this piece and more dark and low lights. And the leather, I feel, has a tendency to pick up the charcoal. As you can see, it's just black. Probably need to send that guy in for a washing. Not send it in, it just put it in the wash. There we go. So now we're going to take this guy and just slightly go over. I know you guys can't really tell on. Hey, Squidge, sorry. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm so sorry. I was so in the zone of drawing. Still Lost Boys, so I've got you on mute, but wanted to say hi. Oh, well, hello, Ruth. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. Thank you. Just doing the ear right now. Slow going, but um, thank you so much for. Yes, yeah. She did some gift subs, and she amazing. But thank you guys for stopping on by. Sorry for that delay. So just going in and using this guy to darken these areas up just a little bit. Camera isn't really picking it up, but I can see it. I can tell where this hasn't been. It just looks more, it doesn't look as dark, I should just say. There we go. And then blender, take our fun little blender and go back over it. Just little circles, little circles. There we go. All right, excuse me while I blow. There we go. There we are so far. So again, sorry I can't be facing you guys. I can't work. This would be in my lap and I can't work over. It's a huge piece. It's pretty much the length of this, but now on this side, it's a bit too far of a stretch. So before we move on, I am going to bring out these guys. This white, same thing. It's this compressed charcoal that this guy is. It's just white instead of black. And it should. Oh, Root is super epic. 100%. All good. I'm heading to bed shortly, so it's late for you, but oh, well, thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a good rest. Oh dear, hang on here. I don't want to open the whole thing. Here, I'm just gonna break it. Oh, maybe not. This one does not want to break as well as the other one. Come on, pop out. There we go. So even this, I get little white all over. So it's just white instead of black. All right, so we're just going to go on the outside of each of these to create those little highlights. There we go. Yes. Oh, touched a little of the black. Don't want to be blending any of that. Don't even know if you can tell the difference. This is really fun on colored paper because you're pretty much just coloring with white instead. Oh, I am going to erase a little bit of that. Like there, right there. And then bring in some white just to make sure that that is yeah, I do not think the camera is going to pick this up at all. There we go. Oh, picked up some of the black again. It's pretty tight right there. Just like that. I am going to go back over where I colored with the white. Got a little too close to the black there. All right. Put that down and coming back over. Just like that. All right. So the ear is done. Yeah, I don't think you can actually see what that highlight did. But it looks cool. It was worth the effort. Okay. So, we're just going to be working our way down. You can sort of see it? Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Bushy. Yeah, like I said, it would be easier if I actually did it on black. That would be kind of cool. All right, so start with this guy. So our highlights are just going to be on, all right, actually I'm going to work here first. Move over reference photo. Okay. So outline. All the way across and down. And then we're going to do these guys. We're just mirroring. Nice thing about this, it's just going to be pretty much a mirror pattern. On the same on this both sides. Outline down. Okay. Take a second to do that ear in a minute. Really want to go down here. My goodness. He's got quite the pattern going on his forehead. All right, going down. And this guy goes up just slightly. down, and then across. And then, oh, it looks like it goes all the way across like that. And same thing here, kind of like pointing at each other. And then this guy comes over here. Okay, so I'm going to fill in this. This whole area is done the exact same way as this. So just lightly, oh, as I say lightly, and I press a little hard. Just gonna go back and forth through here, staying away from the lines you just made. Just kind of filling everything in around it. Same up here, this whole area. Man, this is when I really do need music. Awesome would it be if we're listening to the Witcher soundtrack right now? I'll figure it out for next Sunday. I don't even know what we're doing next Sunday. Oh, I do need to update that on my About section as well. So if you guys ever do want to know what crafts are coming up, um, I am trying to create a list for the month, and they should be on there. But this month isn't on there because I did not do that. I need to update that. All right. Boom. All right. Now just doing some blending with our light side. I almost did the dark side. Who knew a blending stick could be so reminds me of Star Wars. Oh my god, I almost said Star Trek. I'm sorry. I only ever have Star Trek on the brain. So just staying around the edges, staying away, excuse me, from the edges. You're just doing little circles like we've been doing. You're just making sure that that creates a bit of an outline, I guess. So there we go. Is getting a bit darker as it's picking up more charcoal, so I will have to clean this guy off again soon. And if you do feel so, like, I can tell it's quite a bit darker, so I'm just going to try and add a bit of dark here and there to the other areas because I want it to be uniform. All right, such a big space. We'll do some big circles. And actually, I guess since that is a larger space, I can kind of show you guys how the leather affects that. It's still a pretty tight space, so I'm just going to kind of bunch it up, and then I just hold it in my hand like that, and then I use this as my main point for blending. Oh, can't even really see it. Oh, you can kind of. It is taking it up. Um, yeah, which is not what we want. Just kind of go all around. Creates the same blending effect. It just picks it up versus kind of blending and pushing it around. I'm just going to go over it just to kind of blend that back in. It's okay. I like the leather for backgrounds. It creates like that owl we had I showed you guys earlier, and the dogs and the alpaca, all that background, and uh, Jack Skellington. Those were all done with the leather. So, but this is nicer since this guy is nicer since this is being a bit more confined, a bit smaller area to work in. It's really getting dark. There we go. That's what I needed to do. So I just kind of brush it off, just like this one. You can do that. Boop. See? Just takes off any of the extra, so you're not applying it somewhere. All right, so now we're going to take our white and do what we did in the other areas. We're just creating that slight highlight. Here we go. That one's more noticeable. I can really see that one. There we go. And just this one little area. Oh, I really kind of went too far in. There we go. Here, let me kind of lift it up a little. So far. All right. So now I'm going to be working, let's go ahead and I'll focus on this area right here. Once again, our 557. This whole area back here is going to be dark, very dark like we had here. And then this one's going to be light, just like we had here. Just a bigger piece. So outline first. Outline. Same here. It's going to go all the way up. Now it is going to be connecting into here, but I'm just going to work to this point. So this whole section is going to be connected, but like here, we just blend it together. It's a nice thing about charcoal, very easy to blend, very forgiving. All right. I'm also going to go here. I don't think I actually did that there. Yeah, I should have done that there. There we go. Because there is an edge, just like that. So this is a solid line, and it is going to connect and go down to this point, right where his nose begins. So I'm just going to do a straight line and stop right there. All right. Now before we move on to the eye, I'm just going to fill in lightly like we did before. Stay away from the edges. You want to keep that white outer edge. So just barely touching and just dragging the charcoal pencil. You're just creating a little bit of color on here. Can't even, so it's such a small amount you can't even see it on camera. Oh, probably can see that. I got a little heavy-handed. And this one we're going all the way up, right? Yep. This one will be going all the way up to this black line, just like we had here. I'm just going to just raise my pencil just slightly. Such a large amount of space. There we go. So just slight bit of color. Now this one is going to be dark like this. So we're just going to fill it in just how we filled this in. Don't have to push down that hard. It's just, you don't have to worry about being super light. You're just filling it all in. Yes, all in. Oh my gosh. I almost had like a, wait, is it all in? Yes, it's all in. All the way, and we're just going to stop right there. Okay, now before we blend any of that, I'll work on this eye, and then we'll do the blending together. So the eye, let me see here. Let's first bring this guy down. Got his eyebrow. Curved, and then he's just down to a point like that. The eyebrow ends right there and goes straight line all the way across here. Nice thing about this guy is just a bunch of shapes. All right, so this part is same angle, and then he has an under eyelid, so it goes down. So Going to do, that's kind of the shape. And then his actual eye is like a half moon. Just right there. And we'll just fill all of that in while we're here. Captain is going crazy. All right. Before we move on to the rest of the eye, I am going to do this light shading area. We're just wanting it to look like this area, all these other lighter color locations. Staying away from that edge, just slightly touching the paper. Oh, I went almost to the edge there. It's okay, that's what our white charcoal is for. Just like that. All right. And then we're going to do this under eye part. It's just a solid black line, half moon shape. I'm gonna go over that again. And then same here is just a straight line and then down to a point. And this line connects to the nose. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll do the nose after this. All right. So before we start blending, we're going to be doing, like we did before, just a little bit of color. A little bit. This one does go all the way to the black line at the top, so just keeping a little bit of space around that lower lid or the lower eyeball. This is completely its own shape, so again, stay away from all the edges. I'm getting a little heavy-handed. And this as well is all its own shape. Oop, heavy-handed again. And just, yep, staying away from the edges, filling everything in. Just like that. All right, now we'll do the blending. All right, I'm gonna start on these eyebrows. Little circles once again. And keeping away from that edge. Anyone have anything fun planned for February? No, it's lovey-dovey month, but never really like, it's been a long time since I've celebrated that. I'm more excited about the candy and the stuff afterwards that gets on sale. There we go. Now this eye should be a bit darker on the edges just to create kind of a shadow. So we're just going to pull a little bit from the corners here on both sides. Wipe that off. And then do the center like we did everything else. Just trying to create kind of a shadow, but not make it too overwhelming. That's a bit dark. So I am gonna go in with my eraser and just lighten that up a little. Just a little bit. That's a bit better. That's better. All right. Now do the dark one. All we're doing is blending that completely. Oh, you know what? I wonder if, you know how Reese's does peanut butter cups, does like their eggs and then the pumpkins and the Christmas trees? Do they have a February heart in that same form? Oh my gosh. I really hope they do, because that's what I'm the most excited for, if so. Not even a big candy lover, but those guys, ooh, ooh, they hit the sweet spot. All right, and back on our light side, I did get a bit heavy-handed, so I'm trying to kind of take away some of this. Just like that. All right, it's coming together. All right, now this lower part of his head, below the eye, is all one piece. So it's going to blend it all together, again, staying away from the edge. How many times can I say that during this stream? Anyone having deja vu? We're not even halfway done. Aye, aye, aye. All right, little circles. Oh my gosh, also, speaking of candy, I don't know if anyone's a big Skittles fan, but did anyone else get super excited that they got rid of the green apple Skittles and then they brought the lime back? Oh, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. So excited that they brought the lime back. I have a friend from high school that we would have, we'll call them friendly debates. Because he loved the green apple, and I haven't talked to him in a long time, so I wonder like how he feels about the change. It's like, yes, give me that citrus candy. All right, same here. Stay away from the edges on here until we get to this edge. These little circles. Got a lot of space now, so we're going to do big circles. Yeah, I was so excited. I ate Skittles for a little too long after that when they brought it back. I'm back to like hardly ever eating Skittles. But I really didn't get Skittles for a long time because I only liked the citrus flavors. Even the grape, I just like, ugh, I'll eat it. But I hated the green apple. I felt bad just eating like part of the bag. It's like, what a waste. Now I can eat the whole bag. Not feel, well, still feel a little guilty for eating, a lot of Skittles, but it's a different type. Try and keep my sugar intake low as I talk about candy. Just always like those little fun sizes. Little ones you get for like Halloween and stuff. Those are the perfect size for me. Don't need it like a big bag. Oh my gosh. This year we got like one of those mixed bags and all of the Starbursts were pink in the bag, and it was like full of other candies too, like chocolate and all that stuff. But I was just like, what? I mean, I like the pink ones, but I don't want to eat just pink. Give me some of that lemon. Give me some of that cherry. But nope, all pink. I didn't know this, but apparently they make like oops, all pink bags. So I might have accidentally gotten that, but I don't remember being like obviously on the bag. If it was, I wasn't paying attention. But there we go. All right. Now before we do the white, I'm going to go back with this. Add a little bit of dark to these areas. Just give them a bit more depth, especially this eye. There. And we're just going to go over, not pushing hard, I'm just adding a bit of there we go. Just a slight, there we go, slight addition. All right, and then going back with our dark, the dark side of our blender. And trying to smear that black around. Get it a bit more even. Oh, I kind of got a little crazy. Whoops. You guys can't even see that. Good. I can. All right, same here. All right. Just trying to get this dark, a bit more dark. There we go. Yeah, I can tell it's a lot darker. All right, excuse me while I blow. Okay, and white. Add in some highlights. Wait, where were we? Oh, geez. Some of that went a little on the back end here. Trying to not create any extra blur. So with this white, like we've been going, just going all the way around. Oh, got a bit of the black right there. There we go. Gonna add a little bit into that eye and then a little bit down here. It's pretty tight. Wow, this is a lot harder, more compressed than the black. My black always breaks so easily. All right. Also, does anyone like those like candies in those chocolate boxes? Ugh, I have never been a fan of those, and I do not know how they sell. I guess because it's sold in a heart-shaped box, I guess. But the filling is always so gross to me. Maybe I'm not. Oh no, some. Oh, thank you, Spartan. Or were you talking about the heart-shaped chocolates? I'm just talking about candy because I can't wait for the day after you're trying. I just can't get it. Oh, thank you. It'll grow. It's fun watching charcoal like grow as, as we progress. It's fun. But thank you. Just adding some highlights right now. I was just talking about how I've never been a fan of those chocolates in the heart-shaped box because I don't like the ones with the filling. I guess sometimes they have ones with nuts and stuff, and those are okay. I don't know. For what you're paying, I feel like you should have some freaking quality chocolates in there. There we go. All right. So now that's where we are. I'm going to move on down to his forehead. I will hold off on making the dark line of his nose just because I'm probably, yeah, I'll be, maybe, you know what? I'm going to do this guy first. I'll do these two and then work my way down. Do the center here and then we'll do that. So, yes. Oh, thank you. I have been drawing since I was very, very young. My parents told me I would take coloring books and instead of coloring in them, I would take trace paper and, oh, that was not a good line. Um, I would trace how, like to learn how the shapes were done and all that. That's my only thought process is I was trying to learn how to draw based on coloring books and stuff like that. And then they got me sketchbooks and I would just like doodle. Both my parents are very artistic as well, so I got it from them for sure. My mom is amazing painter, and now she's actually picked up resin work. Her resin work is really cool. They just did their countertop. Oh, it's so cool. Um, and I even like in elementary school, um, I think she was just being nice, but I had a random teacher come in and in like school they like post your pictures in the hallway kind of a thing. I had a teacher come and ask me if she could buy one of my artwork and I was like, no. I still have trouble selling my artwork. Hey Ryan, welcome in. um So ever since I was very, very young, I've been drawing, and I apparently had a knack for it, but I do think it's like I think my parents just really helped guide me. Um, Never like wanted me to do it as a full-time profession, just because that's a very difficult job to make money in, but they definitely encouraged the hobby. Um, I wish I could paint as well as my mom. She does really good acrylic work. She does like really pretty still life stuff. And then they both actually flip houses. Uh, and they're really good at like doing the whole interior design and like color coordination, and they just have an eye for that. They have an artistic eye that I guess I got from them. So I'm very lucky. Help me, I just never grasp it. Ooh, photography. Yeah, see, that is one thing I definitely don't have an eye for. I try to do the whole like, ooh, let's do take an artsy, like cool picture of this. And I don't know, it's never comes out the way I always want it to. But yeah, we all have different talents, I'd say. I just I stopped drawing for a really long time while I was in college. The only reason I drew anything in college is because I took an art class to get myself to draw. I was like, okay, I got to get back into art. And the only way I could at that time was to make myself take an art class because I was so busy with school. I was like, if I force myself, do it like it's a class. And that was a lot of fun. I did a lot of mixed media stuff in there. I wish I would have, I took more advanced placement classes in high school, and I really wish I would have been able to do more art classes. I actually, in our school, you had to take one art class to graduate, and it never lined up with my schedule. So my senior year, I like moved a bunch of stuff around just so I could take an art class because I had to graduate. And then the art teacher, after a month of being in here with a bunch of freshmen, she was like, I'm going to put you in the back of the class and you're going to be with my level like 4 year, so the other seniors that had been taking art since Art 1, since freshman year. And then I got to go into my first like art show and stuff. But apparently, if I would have been doing art like with her the whole 4 years, I would have been able to do more art shows and stuff. So I kind of like missed out on that whole thing. That would have been cool. But I got honorable mention in my first art show ever. It was a scratchboard. It was really cool. But Scratchboard is one of those mediums that they don't actually have their own art category. So you're put in with like drawing and charcoal and like other things because they don't have their own category. And that was kind of frustrating because Scratchboard should have its own medium. You can't, if you mess up, you can't like just like with this, I can erase, I can blend things, I can hide mistakes. Scratchboard, you can't hide mistakes. The moment you lay down and take away something, you'll like you can't get it back. Yeah. So it's kind of frustrating. It was frustrating being like I'm put in the same category as all these other not easier but more forgiving mediums. But I at least got honorable mention. I think I was the only scratchboard piece in the entire show. It's not a popular medium, I can tell you that. It's hard finding paper for that because it's a specific type of paper. And I usually end up just buying the cheap stuff on off Amazon that you get for like kids that they like have stencils and stuff that come with it. Um, Sir Star's cousin's kid is actually like had a little one of those books, and I was like, "Oh, look, you're doing scratch board." I was so excited because I didn't know that they were into art. So excited to see kids when they're um, doing little pieces of art. But I need a new blade. My blade is so dull, and it's like just fights me on everything. It's terrible. That's another thing. I cannot find a place to find decent blades, and if I find them, they're absolutely ridiculous. It's like a really rare medium that people think they can charge the out the wazoo for. Not fair. So I am just creating an extra line here to know where to stop this blending that I'm doing. There we go. Blending. Let's blend this dark one. Yeah, actually, I guess both my parents can paint because, well, my dad does it as a profession, but it's like houses and like a contractor, not like arty, not like artsy painting. Um, but he'd hire artists and stuff to be able to do his detailed work. He'd do he would refurbish Catholic churches and all the murals, all the gold leaf, and all that kind of stuff. It was absolutely amazing. My favorite part of going and visiting him on those jobs was the scaffolding. I was a little monkey. I just wanted to climb all over the scaffolding. But yeah, lots of creative individuals in my family. So I guess I'm lucky that they at least encouraged it as a hobby. Not like I wanted to go actually into art and dance in college, but nope, nope. All right. So here, before I add the black layer, I wonder if you guys can see. Here, I'm going to try and lift it up. Show you how lighter this is compared to that dark. I want to see if the camera will actually pick it up. Uh, kind of. Hmm. Not really. But we still will add this darker. I know you guys can't see it, but we are going to add this darker color to these dark locations. Like I said, just to add more depth. Um, Spartan, what kind of photography do you do? Is it like still lifes? Do you like landscapes, animals, portrait? Like I have a girlfriend who is a professional portrait photographer. She does like children and yeah, children photography, like kids. She does all the like sparkles and the fun stuff. She does all kinds of effects. Really pretty. All right, just gonna go in and blend that darker. Just want to it's a bit better. All right, don't mind me blowing. All right. So let's go ahead and do the forehead. Oh, I forgot the white light. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot the highlight. Oh no. Like you would have known. You guys wouldn't have seen any difference. Did not do a straight line very well here. Oh wait, was this supposed to go? Oh no, okay. Good. Good, good, good. I thought I messed up. All right. All right. It's gonna get even cooler with this forehead. Yeah, the eyes and everything will really bring it all together. Okay, so we got that down. I am gonna hold off on, oh, hang on. Doing some Ladypuss lurking. All right, right there. So this is just a V, very simple, just a bunch of shapes. And down to a point. I think with drawing or any kind of art, if you just take it location by location, so if you ever draw, oh, why did I just do that? If you ever seen any of those sketches, like practice drawing things, like draw me on this side. I've seen them on like children's menus and stuff. They'll give you something that is in a grid. That's the word I'm looking for. And then you have to like draw the same thing on the other side of the grid. I think that's a really good like way to visualize when you're just, so if you have a reference picture and you're just trying to mirror it onto something or even just like take pieces of it, you can go about it that way by just taking it section by section. I'm actually going to make this a bit darker too. These guys got to seem to be a bit lighter. That's better. Okay. Now we're going to go down here. And charcoal, you really kind of have to do it section by section. I mean, I guess you don't have to. You just make a big blendy mess of yourself. All right. So I am going to do this whole area. It's all light, very, very light, like we've been doing everywhere else. Just like that. And this little piece right here is the same as well. You're just going to keep away from those edges. And then this goes all the way down the nose. We are going to do the whole piece, but I am not going to do the outline yet. Same over here. Do the outline after we blend everything and do the white. There we go. All right. So take our light side. Stay away from those edges. All right. Little circles now. I was trying to get a point right there. Oh, I have a fun fact as well. I believe it was charcoal. I think we all know this is the oldest tool humans ever used for art. Makes sense. Prehistoric humans would have had fire, and after fire embers go down, you end up with charcoal. Then they probably took the charcoal, started making marks on rocks, and then brought it into caves, and boom, they got artwork. I think the date was like 28,000 years ago. Like, geez Louise. Just a blip in the time of the earth, but here we go. Crazy how far we've come in such a short amount of time. So you can, from your fire, it's not the same charcoal that is sold in stores. Stuff sold in stores is usually compressed and has wax uh, mixed in as well to make it more of a smooth. I don't know what the percentage of it is. Yeah, I'm trying to do something with my left hand rather than turning the piece. I'm just going to try and not screw this up. I'm trying to create a point. I think it worked. Woo! Did it. I am kind of ambidextrous, but only with like weird things. So both my parents are left-handed, and they tried it like I write right-handed, obviously. Um, but like so they taught me how to play pool, and I shoot pool left-handed. When I wanted to learn how to play guitar, I wanted to do that instinctually. Was like, yeah, left-handed, and then I had to learn how to do it right-handed. Um, there were a few other things. I think I cut scissors with my left hand. I can actually I do that both. I can do that both, right and left. I think it's just funny that like some things I do left-handed. We're all weird in our own ways. All right. And there's the nose. Forehead, nose piece. All right, now we're going to do the highlights, just like we've been doing before. Just a little bit. Oh, got a little black on there. Don't want that. There we go. Oh, kind of blended some of that in. Uh-oh. Right in the center too. That's not good. See if I can erase it. There we go. Bit better. I'll have to see if I can find any black or colored paper, and I'll do a whole piece with this white. I think that would be a lot of fun. And since this is Sir Star's desk, if he's okay with me doing an erase highlight, that gets so messy. That would be are we sure we want to do that here? Because I'm actually keeping pretty clean. I am not using my fingers to blend, so that is a positive. Okay, so now we're gonna go down into this other eye. How exciting, it's coming together. Ooh, this one's gonna be a longer stream. Went a little slower than I thought. I just want it to look really good. All right, so going to pull that down. This guy goes all the way down here. And then this comes all the way across up. Just like that. All right. Let's go ahead and do this outline here. So make sure my pinky is clean. And this goes all the way back down. Oh, there is a slight lip like that. And then it goes. There we go. They're kind of devil horny. All right. Now before I go any further, I am just going to blend all of that area. And everything is the light. So repeating. Barely touching the paper. And I messed up. That's what erasers are for. Oh, I forgot I actually have a necklace of this medallion. What am I doing? I mean, it wouldn't be the right highlights and stuff on it. It'd probably be very awkward highlights, but I can at least have it like right here or something. Eh, 10 minutes. It's top of the hour of the stream. I will go get it. So the last half of it we'll have. You guys can see a cool necklace. Hopefully it's not tangled. All my necklaces are usually in a tangled mess. 'Cause I don't wear jewelry that often. Hmm. Yeah, I'll have to get an idea of what we're doing next week too. Oh, I know what we're doing. We'll be making, I believe I'll be crocheting little hearts. Do like little candy kisses. Or not candy kisses. You know, like they're like the little candy hearts that you can give away. I made a pattern for that a while ago. I think it'd be perfect for this time of year. Even though those things are disgusting, they're like chalk. I don't understand the enjoyment of those little candy heart things. But to each their own. There's lots of candy I actually don't understand the point of. Black licorice? What the heck is with that stuff? Ugh. Peeps. I don't understand peeps, but I'm also not a marshmallow fan at all. I or Jello. I'm not really into gelatin. I'm not a vegan. I love meat. It's just a texture thing. The texture of Jello and marshmallows are gross to me. But Surstar's the complete opposite. He loves marshmallows, especially marshmallows and peanut butter. But that's okay. He can have all the marshmallows he wants, and I'll eat all the pickles I want. I love pickles. Oh, those Swish Swedish fish. A lot of gummy candy I don't really like. I like fruit roll-ups. That's like a fruity gummy candy I can get behind. But and like we said, like Skittles, those are good. But I wouldn't call that gummy. All right. Yeah, yeah. It's a little dark. A little bit on the dark side. Just blend it a bit back together there. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, highlighting. Just make sure it's clean. I was getting it in a lot of the darker areas. Oh, picked up some. There we go. Just creating a little bit of a highlight. Hmm. Come on now. Keep getting it right on that black. I'm going a little fast. There we go. That was good. Good job. There we go. All right. So now we're going to work our way back down. We'll do this ear and the eye at the same time. Okay, so this whole area is dark. Okay. That. It's its own separate piece. Like that. We've got a line through here. And then this is all dark. So we're going to fill it in, just like we did the other side. All the way in. And then the rest of this is just very lightly. There we go. Very lightly. Just like that. All right, now we're going to go down to the nose. This is its own separate piece here. And it's going to go all the way down. that. And let's do this eye. So half moon. And let me see here. That was straight out and then a slight angle right here. So slight angle and then a full, yep, like that. And then this is all going to be filled in dark. This eye is going to be light. We did get a little heavy on the last one, so I'll probably have to end up erasing some of that eye. All right, and then a half moon under the eye. He's got some bags. Me too, dude. Me too. All right, just a little bit in there. Not even. I probably don't even need it. Didn't even need to do that because I could have just transferred the color over. That's okay. Let's keep it consistent. All right. And then we're moving this one down to the nose to create that outer nose shape. Right there. So this is its own whole piece. We're just going to be very light. Stay away from the edges. I need a ticker for how many times I said that today. Just like that. All right, blending time. Let's do the dark first. Just staying where we put the dark. Just blending it together, creating depth in this ear. Just like that. Same thing here around the eye. Just like that. That's a black eyeliner. All right, now to our light side. I'm going to just gradually blend this down. We just need a little bit darker in this part. Clean that off, and then just like we've done before, keep to the center so we have that wider edge. There we go. Oh, I blended a little too far. It's okay. Just take your knead eraser. There we go. Let's clean that off again. Little circles, staying towards the center. There we go. Yeah, very nice. All right, I'm gonna clean that off. Now with the eye, we want to pull a little bit in the corners, create a darker shadow, but not too dark. Last time it was a bit too much. That's what the eraser helped us with, but probably have to do that again. Yeah, I can already tell we're a bit too dark. And blend. So yeah, a bit too much. Like that. A little bit more. And then blend. Just going to push some of that black into that corner. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Back to the light side. Just a little in this corner. Oh, that went a little bit off the edge. There we go. And now this under eye part. Oh, there we go. There's that face coming together. All right, definitely need to add some highlight in this eye. All right. There we go. Okay. And just gonna do this ear. I'm not even gonna try right there. I'm gonna leave that be because it is tight in there and doesn't seem to be doing that much of a difference. All right. Next, I'm gonna do these two. Um, hmm. Actually, no. I'm gonna do the nose and the mouth. Or I can do at least the nose. We're at least doing the nose. All right. So, oh, the nose goes go a little bit past, just a little bit. Right there. And right there. Just trying to keep the shape. And it's all very dark. Went a little far down. Whoops. All right, and create the lower lip. Just a straight line right across. And then another one with a slight angle that goes slightly down. I just all right. Now all of this is light, right? Yep. All right. I'm gonna stay away from that nose. There we go. And just a little bit on the bottom here. Seems like the top of the lip is what is highlighted. So take this dark, blend in the nose. And then blend in the lighter part. And as always, stay away from that edge. So, trying to think of other things I might do a scratch board. I have different colors of base background colors. They are, like I was saying, like those cheap kits that kids get. Oh, this goes all the way down. We're gonna blend that all the way down. Um, but I have pink, red, yellow, blue, green, and white. It's not good paper, but it's fun to like practice scratchboard on. It's more just for playing and stuff like that. But since I've red and pink, I figured I could do something for the month. I don't know what yet though. Don't know what I would do for February. I guess I could do like maybe a cute little cupid or something. All right, there's that nose. Now before we move on, I am going to do this guy. And then we'll move our way to the teeth. And then these guys. move that and that. But yeah, I'm excited to show the crocheting the little hearts. I actually do need to practice the pattern. I made it and then never actually did like full samples. So it'll still be a learning experience on here. All right, and then this goes directly down. All right, and keeping with our broken record here. Stay away from the edges, just lightly add the charcoal. We're not pushing down, we're just letting the pencil do its thing. There. But this will all be filled in. This is all completely dark. So let me add this line to the tooth. And all of this will be black as well. So I'm going to add this side. So all of this. Oh, and we never added dark to any of these either. So I will do that after we blend all of this. There we go. All right. Now blend in. Wipe off and wipe off the light side, our good side. Staying away from the edge, do your little circles. All we're doing is blending in this light area. Just like that. All right, I'm gonna have to use my left hand again. Just get that point. I need to practice with my left hand. Oh my gosh, that would be a fun like drawing challenge stream of drawing one thing with my right hand in 1 minute, and then I get 5 minutes to do it with my left. That's the same thing. Maybe I can turn that into like a channel point redemption. How ambidextrous are you? All right, don't mind me blowing. There we go. All right, now before we move on, I am going to add the dark charcoal. Especially around this eye. That's what made me realize that I hadn't done it. There we go. And the nose. And this whole thing. There we go. Now take our dark side. Ooh! Oh my gosh, bushy. Ooh!
Drink cactus juice. It'll quench ya. Nothing's quenchier.
Thank you.
It's the quenchiest.
It's the quenchiest. Thank you. Dang it, I thought I timed it so you were off. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. And I just have the blender tool too, so it's not. Bushy, do you like those chocolate or those what are they called? Those heart-shaped candies from Valentine's Day? Those things are so gross, right? The chalky things. Am I just crazy thinking that those things are disgusting? I just I don't get candy a lot, and those are one things that I'm like, oh, okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for reassuring me. I thought I was like, maybe I'm crazy because they're still selling them. They're really popular. They must just be the novelty of selling something that says I care for you on it. Like that's I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get a lot of things with Valentine that come with Valentine's Day though. Ridiculous. But yeah, I like I said I don't understand Peeps either, and they still keep making those. They make those in like every single like flavor. Like last year I saw one that was like root beer flavored. Ugh. You need dark chocolate and a card with the message you want. Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. That's the way to do it. Ugh, yeah. Yeast and jelly beans. Ugh. Oh my God. The only time I was really into jelly beans was when the Harry Potter every birdie bots every flavored beans things came into stores and you could like try boogers and vomit and toothpaste. Like that was fun, but it was the like playing the game of it being gross can like I mean it was already going to be gross for me, so what's the difference? All right. So this goes down. And he's got like a weird slit in his tongue. What's going on with your tongue? Like that. All right. And then all of this is getting filled in. And the teeth do have some shading on them. I knew you were going to say Harry Potter. Yes, yes. We're on the same wavelength. I mean, what other jelly bean? I'm sure other. Like I know that when Breaking Bad, they were selling rock candy that was blue. I think that's a good idea, bringing I know it's an adult show, but like, and Harry Potter is obviously more for children, but I do like the idea of shows bringing their food into the real world. I think that's a fun, and it makes them a little money. Well, probably actually a lot in Harry Potter's case. All right, we're just gonna add a little bit of dark because I kind of want these teeth to be a bit white. There we go. All right, now blend in. Okay, dark first. Yeah, trying to think. I don't really remember like any of the Birdie Bots every flavored beans being like that nasty, but I was a kid when I did them, so quite a while ago. But like I said, I'm not a fan of jelly beans, so maybe just the act of like, ugh, this is already pretty gross. Pretty sure one was like grass clippings, which I was the mower, so that I had every week. What were the other flavors? There was definitely a vomit, definitely boogers, and definitely toothpaste. And like they would be different colors. So like if one was grass clippings and it was green, it would have the same color. It would be like lime or something, like a nicer flavor. All right, we're just gonna do this very, very lightly. Oh gosh. Hard working in such a small space. Yeah, I just remember vomit definitely and boogers for sure. I don't know why I remember them. Maybe I do. Maybe they were really bad, and I just that's how I remember them. I don't remember how they tasted. I just remember the flavors being available. They weren't good. Don't do it. They probably no. They definitely still sell those. All right. Especially since they have the whole um, Diagon Alley now, like Harry Potter World. They're definitely selling Birdie Bots every flavored beans there. They probably got all the candies. I feel like the chocolate frog would be disappointing because it's not going to jump, obviously. Well, that would be pretty freaking cool if they figured out how to do that. It's probably just a solid, nasty, like Easter egg bunny chocolate with a card inside. Just like Ron says, Cards are what you really want. All right. Here's the mouth. All right, now slightly rotate myself as we're getting at the edge of the paper here. I'm going to do these 3. Yeah, at least these 2. We'll do the 2 first and then see how far we go. All right. There's a lot of roast candy out there. I do wish the US would import more like foreign candy. Like I like oh, what are they called? Not Twix, Kit Kats. But oh my gosh, I think it's Japan that makes all these like amazing different flavors of Kit Kat. Oh, had like a green tea one and like a rose blossom one or something like that. Oh, it was so good. And they have like melon flavored candies, like hard candies. Oh gosh, give me all of that versus I don't know, all the gummy stuff that we have here. Ugh. There. Oh, this actually goes all the way to that. Okay. All right. So just to make it easier on myself, I'm just going to do this one really fast. I did say the overseas. Oh, yeah, they do. Yes. And they're really like, I'm sure they're not all bangers, but the ones that I tried were really good. Like better than the original Kit Kat. Like I know we have like holiday ones. Like I do like the we have like a gingerbread one during Christmas time and well, I'm not into the peppermint one, but I know that they do sell other flavors around certain holidays, but man, what a missed opportunity to not import. Like I guess maybe they don't want to like what market would they be losing? It's still the same company, right? Like why do they get all the fun flavors? And I wonder if that's only in Japan. Like if other countries also have access to that. I don't know. It was at a sushi course. Like Sir Star and I did a how to make your own sushi. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, we got to have little Japanese treats. It's a wonderful little treat. That's what I want. I want sushi. When do I not want sushi? I made a mistake. Gotta erase it. You had a sushi yesterday? What kind? What'd you have? Do you have a go-to or do you always or do you like try and get different flavor or different flavors. You try and get different flavors sushi. My go-to is always the rainbow roll, but I love raw sushi. Sushimi wasn't so expensive. I just get a buttload of sushimi. Spicy shrimp roll is your go-to? Oh, yes. I love the spicy rolls. I'm so lazy. I just ordered McDonald's because I don't want to cook. No, that's okay. What's your McDonald's order? Because I love McDonald's as well. Oh, I was so disappointed though. I was on the road and I had to go get food really fast and I had McDonald's. Oh, the fries must have been sitting out like all day, and then the burger patty was so dry. Ugh, I should have just gotten the chicken nuggets like I always do. I don't know what I was thinking. I was very sad about the fries though, because come on, give me some fresh freaking fries. And they weren't salty at all. Got a big tasty with, ooh, with bacon. Oh yeah, they're doing those combo meals. Oh, yes. What's your ideal, like which sauce do you choose? I do a little mixy. I mix the spicy mustard and their barbecue sauce together and then do that for my chicken nugs. So good. I don't know who even uses their ranch. Oh, for the nugs. What, you dip your burger in something? I'm intrigued. What do you dip your burger in? I was talking nuggets, but now I want to know both. Oh, I just got no, I got you. I'm easily confused people. I understand. I am kind of all over the place. Hmm. Wonder what we're having for dinner. It's about that time. Actually, I have a leftover sandwich that I should probably eat. Get some hot peppers on that baby. Mm-mm-mm. It was a little dry. I think I need to put some mayo on it. Do that. Big tasty sauce is so good and smoky. Too much, honestly. So I take the bun off and dip it. Oh, I love that idea. Oh, it's not weird. Especially if they already are putting too much on there and it's just gonna drip all out. That sounds delicious. I wonder what the sauce is. Is it kind of like the Big Mac sauce? Like the Thousand Island? I think that's just like ketchup and Italian. Maybe some relish in there. I've never had the Big Tasty. Actually, don't even know what's on there. If I get a burger, I'm lame. I just get the double cheeseburger. I get a big sandwich. I can't even finish it. No, it's way better than the Big Mac. Oh, I wonder what it is. They got a new secret sauce going on. I love it. I know all my friends in college love the Big Mac sauce, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's just Thousand Island with like ketchup. So I wonder what that sauce is. I'll have to get one and dissect it. There we go. Getting better at staying away from the edges. Got to do it over here. Gosh dang. Clean yourself up, White. Is this on special Big Mac? Spicy natural smoke and additional flavored ingredients is what it says on Google. Really? Hmm. Interesting. Milk powder, onion powder, black natural smoke. I mean, that sounds delicious, but dang, I feel like I could make the Big Mac sauce. I don't think I could make that. I don't even know where you get natural smoke. I guess just like a barbecue place? Or in the barbecue section? Probably in the barbecue section. Like liquid smoke. It's super smoky. Ooh, nice. Maybe they have a smoker in the back and they're just like keeping the burgers and the buns in there the whole time until someone orders it. No, McDonald's would not put that much effort into something. There we go. All right, back to our dark side. Oh, liquid smoke. Yeah, yeah. Where would you get liquid smoke, Bushy? Do you know if it's like you have to like go find it in the like charcoal barbecue section, or is that just something that's in the seasonings section of the grocery store and I've never noticed it before? That 100% could be the case. Like, yeah, where do you find liquid smoke? Hmm. Once the weather gets nicer, gotta get some smoking action going on. Sir Star's parents got a smoker. All right. Add this darker. There we go. And blend again. Or need online. Yeah, that's true. Ooh, smoking some cheese and meats. Oh my gosh, love it. You have any meat ideas you're already pre-planning for? Smoked cheese, yes. These are so good. That's what we should do. Let's smoke some cheese. Ribs on the oh, landed in your drops. Connect to your game account. Oh, that's for okay. Sorry, something just popped up. Ribs are on the top of the waiting list. Yes, ribs are the freaking best. Yes. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. All right. So I think before I do this, I'm going to do this mouth just so I can keep this here. And then lastly will be these two. And those will be rather fast. Um, these teeth, man. These teeth are going to be tough. All right. Let's talk about this food talk. My food can't come fast enough. Oh no, I was hoping you already had it. No. Uber, or not Uber, Grubhub, whatever you used. Get here faster. Cage needs his vittles. Alright, this tongue has like a lip. It's like he's kind of sticking it out on us. Hi Spartan, welcome back. We're talking about food. I hope you're not hungry. All right. So, and he's got like a lip on the side of his mouth, like that, like that. And we're gonna put this guy all the way down, like that. Oh, good, it's on its way. Good. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to torture you there. I kind of already thought you already had it. All right. Right there, little tongue. He's doing a little flicker with his little tip of his tongue. It's very strange. Um, it's very weird tongue. It's a butt. It's a butt tongue. Oh my god. Or boobs. I guess depends on on the angle. I guess they're more triangular. Whatever, we're keeping the butt tongue. We're keeping it. It's happening. It happened. I'm not fixing it. There we go. All right. Anyone look at his medallion? It's oh, I forgot to take a break. Oh well. I was gonna go show you guys my little medallion because I actually have this. It's like a necklace. It's like that big. Don't hug anyone with it. Oh my gosh. I hugged a friend and it like the nose and the mouth like stabbed him in the chest. It was unintentional. Or was it? Okay, okay, this tooth. This tooth. My goodness. Okay, so we got a line right there. And got a line right there. It's the bottom of the tooth. Top of the tooth. And there's an odd number of teeth going on in this mouth. Only on the bottom though, for some reason. Oh God. I, I know it was I didn't mean to. It didn't hurt. Well, I mean it hurt them, but like it didn't leave any marks. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, I'm kind of nervous. Like that? Kinda? Kinda? Sorta? Maybe? There. Yeah, why are there... I'm making an artistic decision. We are evening out these teeth. Because it's going to be tight anyways. So I'm not following my lines that I drew. There. 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 Oh my goodness. It's just so tight. Okay. And that's going to be black all in there. All right. So tooth down. Yay! We did the really small teeth. We did it. And this actually goes up a little bit. And I'm going to fill this all in. Just like that. Okay. We do have a straight edge down here. And here. There we go. It's pretty even. Oh yeah, enjoy your McDonald's. Heck yes. Enjoy that smoky goodness. All right, now this goes here to create the lip All of this is dark. Okay. Oh, well, they were supposed to be connected, but we're not going to make them connected. There we go. And there we go. Woo! The hard part. Did it. All right, now to just add a little bit of light shading. Just adding a little bit. It is a bit darker than everywhere else just because it is below. Like this does hang technically below everything else. So I'm not too worried about being a little darker. I just don't want it as dark as all this other black. Got a shade in the booty. All right, this. All down there. I do want these guys light just like the other teeth. So I'm not going to be adding that much to them. And these guys. Pretty dark. All right, now time to shade. Thank you, Cage. Oh, we're almost there. My hands are starting to yell at me. It's okay, hands. You got this. All right. Shade the booty. Now, every holiday seems to have candy. Now that I think about it, St. Patrick's Day doesn't. I guess they have those gold coins, but like, I feel like that's kind of like not as popular. You know what? 4th of July doesn't really have candy. I guess they don't all have candy, only a few. The major holidays, I guess. Just surprised the Hershey and Mars companies hasn't created some kind of new candy or new treat just for those holidays that don't have anything. They come out with new flavored treats all the time. Ugh, and usually they're nasty. Can't come up with a good one for a holiday that just doesn't have anything yet. All right, I gotta go this way. But that's a slippery slope because then they're gonna be like, oh, here's a candy for Mother's Day and Father's Day. I guess they get the box candies. Ugh, that's sad. Those nasty box candies. I guess, and then they'll be like President's Day and Labor Day. Candy for every holiday. Yeah, I guess that would be kind of a slippery slope. Should bring those like gold coins back though. Don't know where you even get those. Or they are sold in stores and I just don't pay enough attention. That is probably the case. Oh, that was a little dark. Need to erase a little bit. Oh, and here. Wow, I didn't realize I got so dark right there. There we go. Getting there. All right. Now I just got to do this, and then we'll bring in that darker charcoal, and then play with some of the highlights. I don't think I want to do too many highlights, maybe on the tongue. Oh, Spartan actually asked that too. I've been drawing since I was very, very little. Like before I even really started drawing, my parents would get me trace paper, and instead of coloring and coloring books, I would trace um, like the illustrations in the coloring book to teach me how to start, teach me like how to draw kind of a thing. And I've been drawing since I can remember. I've been drawing and dancing before I could walk and talk. As my mom likes to say. um, I stopped. I've always loved art. Yeah, they really encouraged it because they're both very artsy. They're both very good painters. My mom did pyrography, so that's kind of how I was introduced to pyrography. Uh, and my mom even tried a little bit of pastels, and she is very good at like still life and um, like she can do flowers. Like, oh my gosh, it's absolutely amazing. But she's like me. She just kind of tries different types of art and like she just got into resin and she did her whole countertop in this like really cool resin piece. Oh, it looks so good. Um, so I would say just my parents really encouraged it and I grew up around it. So I was very lucky to have them encourage the hobby, but had to be a hobby. yeah, it's always really enjoyed it. My dad paints and he's really good at like interior design. They flip houses and they flipped houses before I even knew that that was a thing. Like before TL TMZ the Lifetime whatever channel that that is um started doing that and I was like, "Oh, I grew up doing that. My parents do that." Like it's kind of funny. Like didn't even realize that dang, we could have been famous. We could have gotten a TV show. No, that would have been awful. I no, not into reality TV shows. But but they're really good at like designing layouts and like decor and everything. They're very good at like the big picture. Um, so yeah, I've just been kind of doing art my whole life, I'd say, and lucky to be around it. So last little bit are going to be these two. And I'll probably just try and do them at the same time. Excuse me as I blow. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it really is. My only time I ever really watched it was with my parents. They watched those like house shows, House Hunters, all that stuff, and then they liked oh, Amazing Race, Survivor, Fear Factor. My dad liked Big Brother. I hated Big Brother. Ugh. I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna go do homework. Anything to get me out of watching this. um, yeah, they liked the like American Idol stuff. I also didn't like that. I Fear Factor, I guess. Oh God, no big. I know. Oh God, yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's just as bad, if not a bit worse, just 'cause of America. Ugh. Um, yeah, yeah, the reality TV is just horrible. I just can't believe how popular it is, but I guess it has, I mean, my parents like it, so. Oh, Jerry. Have you ever watched Jerry Springer or Cops? Oh my gosh. My goodness. More shows. I'm just like, why? And reality TV isn't even like reality. It's all staged. It's just they got the air of it's being of it all being real and all just like unscripted and all that stuff. Amazing Race was interesting just to see like all the locations and I mean some of the challenges were good, but I liked seeing the destinations more than anything else. Um, and the whole time I was thinking, man, it sucks they can only be there for a few hours. I mean, they get to go on crazy adventures and stuff, but it's a very go, go, go trip, obviously. It's a race. Jeremy Kyle, oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta see if there's anything on YouTube for that. Oh my gosh. Um, yeah, Jerry Springer's very bad. I think it's not airing anymore here. I think he kind of got in trouble for a few things, which doesn't surprise me. But oh, I got what you mean. Yeah. Don't mind talent shows, although I'm pretty sure a lot of those are scripted. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I did really like So You Think You Can Dance. Uh, didn't care for any of the talking or critiquing parts. I would just skip forward to all the dancing. But I was a dancer, so I mean, I kind of get why I enjoyed that. But some of the routines and the costumes, oh, yeah, love that. But it did that felt very scripted because sometimes I was like, what? Like if you were charismatic, that's really what took you. You had to be able to sell yourself to the crowd. But I guess the crowd was doing a lot of the voting. I never voted like that. Like I never participated in that, but I do know that some of those shows were like call in or text in who you vote for, that kind of thing. All right, let's do this guy real fast. Are we on? Oh my gosh, I did hear in the UK you guys had one season of a reality, no, not a reality show. It was a game show. Uh, Big Heads, Fat Heads. It was pretty much people dressed up in giant caricature caricatures oh my god, of like famous people, and then they had to go through amusement or obstacle courses and stuff like that. I saw clips of that. Oh my gosh, that looked horrible. And whoever designed those heads, oh my gosh, like horrible. But they did a good job for like what I guess they were asking for, but damn, they were ugly. Ugh. I understand why it only lasted one season. From the few clips that I saw, I was like, okay, yep. Oh, Biggest Loser. That was another reality show my folks watched. That was always sad though, because I feel like they weren't giving the people the right motivation and the right, like, because I mean, obesity is a huge problem in the world, but really bad in the US. And I feel like they were making more of a mockery of it and wanting them to, like, stay large and not be success stories versus actually helping them. And it was sad. I don't know. Or they, like, pushed them so much they made them cry. And I was like, that is not how you help people. I'm sorry. But if you're actually wanting to help motivate someone, that is not the way to do it. But that's reality TV, man. That's what sells. Here we go. Oh, you're not missing anything. It was pretty recent. Well, recent, like definitely within the last 8 years. Super fat versus super skinny. Oh, is that the one where they like make each other eat their meals for a few days to like show the difference of what people intake, and then like give them both dietary advice because obviously they both need assistance. Yeah, because being super fat is a problem, but also being super skinny is just as unhealthy. Both are slow deaths. It's very sad, but to each their own. It's very hard. Very, very hard. They switched their diets. See, that would be interesting just because, well, gosh, I don't know. See, I have a problem with food. So being forced to eat a large amount of food, I feel like would make me very, very ill. So I don't know if I'd want to do that. But I'm not like unhealthily skinny. I just have trouble forcing myself to eat. But yep, food, I think everyone has their own struggles. We're all just trying to overcome them in our own way. Oh, hands. Come on. All right. So we're going to do the highlight. There we go. Oh, maybe. Might want to erase a little bit of that. Blended quite a bit of that black into the white, and I want it to be pretty white. Oh, and I just erased some of the white. I got down to, oh my God. Oh my gosh, Cage. Yeah, I look, yeah, I'm not that light. No, but oh my gosh, I'm glad that you've overcome that. It's hard. For sure. I just see like some of my friends eat and I'm like, "Oh, I wish I had that hunger." But then again, like it's all a balance. It's all a balancing act. Okay. Oh, come on, hand. We're almost done. We're almost done. All right. So, last little guy. Yeah, it's just there. Bad straight line. That was not a straight line at all. Right there. Mm, mm, and then right there. Funny. I just wouldn't eat. Looking at food would make me feel sick, but once I quit, oh, really? Uh, no, you're not oversharing. You're fine. Um, no, 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 that's good. Mine's the opposite. So here in the US, I have a medical card for that. And that is literally like besides pain, it helps block the pain, but it also actually makes me hungry. Yeah, and but only certain strains. Like I have to like I'm very particular and it's a struggle trying to find because it is kind of up in the air if they have it and it's not always in stock and I wish it was more regulated. I mean, it's very regulated. It's all like legal and like everything's good. It's just yeah, I just know that sometimes, the ones that really help me are very popular because they work. And I'm obviously not the only one with pain management issues and um, probably not the only one having trouble eating. So I know that like it's I understand why they can't keep it in stock. I just have to, I can tell, like, when I don't have anything, I have no motivation to eat. I have no desire. And then the only thing that really keeps me from to eat, like motivates me to eat, is nausea. I get so nauseous that I'm like, oh, I haven't eaten anything today. I should probably eat something. But that's because, medicate. Oh, shoot. I didn't take my meds today. I'm going to do that right after stream. If you haven't taken your meds today, go take your meds. That's a baby bagel catchphrase that I need to adapt to because I am not good at it. No wonder my hands are hurting. Ended up developing, oh, psychosis. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I'm glad you were able to quit. And yeah, that you were able to move forward and past it. I never did it as like young. I only did it once I got really sick. Um, and even then it took me 4 years to like be like, okay, I'm gonna try it. I always kind of never really like I wasn't really into it. But now I'm ever so grateful because it really does help. It'd be nice if the government would provide more grants to do more research on it because I bet there are so many unknown factors that would really help that they could just put in a pill. Like just put it in a pill versus like smoking or eating it or doing dabs or whatever the method your method is. Is it is it medically legal in the UK? Because I definitely think it should be used for more medical purposes, especially with the freaking oxycodone issue. At least we're having really bad and oh no, it's not. That's lame. Lame. I guess one good thing US has. Only in some states though. Don't worry, the state I'm in is legal. I'm not doing anything illegal. Um, no, when I was first having my bad, like got sick, my doctors would just pump me full of opioids. Oh my God. And the freaking, um, what's it called? Uh, when you get off of it. Oh my God. Absolutely horrible. Withdrawals. That's the word. Nope. 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 Where THC actually does the same thing, and I don't have withdrawal symptoms. Woo! Yep, we all just gotta find what works for us. And I'm sure opioid, like small amounts, I'm sure do help. I mean, I've been on small amounts. It's just my pain is so intense at certain points that there really did need something stronger. So, but oh, we have to do the highlight. First the highlight, and then we're good. Oh no, I know. I'm such a bad girl. Yeah, admitting it on Twitch. Oh no, law's gonna come for me. There we go. There we go. No, if they came for me for that, I'd just whip out my card. So every state's a little different. And one state I lived in, it was just a piece of paper. And I was like, uh, okay. But here it's like an actual card. And I was like, okay, thank you. I feel a bit more official. Even though it was official, it's just weird. Like, you can't laminate it. They're like, don't laminate that piece of paper. And I'm like, it's falling apart, man. And it was like a full, like, piece of paper. But all right. Oh, I guess I should sign it. Okay, wait, I'm gonna blow. I made a little smudge. I smudged. All right. And what is the date? Oh wait, I only do it in months. Boom. We did it, guys. You sat through a whole boring charcoal sketch. Yeah, let's see if I can lift it up. Yay! You did it. Woo. Oh, geez. Sorry, I'm typing accidentally on the computer. If I type something, just ignore. Oh, thank you, Cage. Thanks for lying to me. Ah, but yeah, there he is, the Witcher medallion. At least for Witcher 3, because I do know that they have different medallions for the different games and all that. Um, so yeah, there he is. Oh, all right. So, woo, all the flips. I'm gonna be so sad when this is done, because I can't take it out of this thing, but this thing is so nice. I know. It was a gift, and I never wanted to actually use it because it was so nice. And I was like, I need to use it. I need to use it. It was a gift. Just use it. I've had this thing forever, and it's such a nice setup, and I just never wanted to like get rid of it. But oh, there we go. I'm all charcoaly. So we will definitely be doing another one. We'll do one with the white charcoal probably next, and I'll try and find some colored paper. I know I have some like just basic colored paper that it should work on, but I'll do some tests to make sure because I know that sometimes it doesn't. It it's a bit rough. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Um, that's all that is, and I can't believe how clean. Wow. I mean, I'm a little dirty, but like usually I'm like rubbing with my fingers and stuff, and it is just everywhere. I did a very good job at keeping clean. Um, but thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Uh, let's go raid somebody. Let's see who's on. Oh, Legion Cage is on. He's doing more Zelda. All right, let's go hang out with him. I don't think he's rated me once, and I don't think I've ever rated him. So, Legion Cage. But, thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Um, Next stream will be Wednesday. We'll be back in The Witcher. I won't do an embroidery right before that. Oh, maybe. We just don't have any death knots to do. So, you know what? If I feel up to it, we will. But yes, thank you, Cage. Have a great rest of your night as well. And thank you. Thank you for hanging out and chatting with me. Um, but yeah, so let's go hang out with Cage. Like I said, next stream is Wednesday. We'll be back in The Witcher. But see you guys later. Oh, wait. Oh, here, wait. I'm sorry. I always forget. Raid message. I'm so bad. So bad. Oh, wait. How do I can't copy it from here? Hang on. I'm going to go in, do that again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Copy text. There we go. Okay. Bye, guys. I couldn't copy it from the computer. Um, oh, it didn't pop up in time. I just jumped in through my phone and I couldn't do it from the computer. But we're all good now. Good night, guys. Bye.